Welcome, L127 here. So, over the last few parts, I have been working on the Nauvis base. From part 7, I transitioned through the Falconer space to get the big mining drills and foundries. Though mostly it's for this big mining drill that I need to get the high production rate and also to be able to get more out of the resource patches. And I have gone through the transition from a basic starter base to change them into a train system. The trains will carry the resources that we need to produce what we need to get get our boss mode going and our science going, and we have expanded this far that we have finally returned to researching stuff. That I have been going through some researches and basically researched the basics that I can potentially research using the basic size specs. It's been a long while. It's about, I think, about 20 hours, more or less 20 hours for this whole project. And after the last part, that I have done some adjustments to the production. But I added the productivity module tools to basically every single science machine, so I can get more out of the production. And I also put some productivity on the engine production, as well as the low density structure. I didn't put the productivity on the processing units as over the base 50% productivity modules don't really do that much compared to this. So I might as well just not really putting too much on this one. And I also added some more items into the bottom, mainly the military things, but I also got the robots going back again, so I have more robots going. And then as I also researched some things like uranium ammo, some things that I feel like I should start to work on, getting the uranium mining started. But the first thing I want to do is want to set up for this space production going. So the first thing I want to set up is the rocket silo for sure, and then the cargo landing pad. Though it's not really that much of a reason for cargo landing pad to be made automatically or like in mass quantities, since you can only place cargo landing pads on a planet, and then you can only place one on each planet. There are only 5 planets in space age. Maybe more with Mars, but I will just go with this basic space age expansion, most likely. So there are already bases in Falcon and Fulgora, and here I also have the cargo landing pad here. So there is already 3 planets down. That also means that we only need to move this cargo landing pad. So it doesn't really matter to be clear that we don't really need to get this going. So we could potentially just ignore this one, but I might as well just get this to the boss mode. And then there's the component for each of the spaceship components, and here I will also be making this a starter pack. I will make 5 of them, and then we're going to be making space platform foundation. Here I will be storing over, as we need quite a bit of these space platform foundations materials to get many of them going, and 100, I think this should be alright, but I want to just try to escalate the production for this thing, and then maybe one more here. Anyway, so that is the space platform production. And then we are going to start work on uranium mining. So the first thing for uranium mining is that you need the centrifuges for processing the uranium ore. And then I already did the uranium a while ago, mainly for the portable fission reactors though, as the portable fission reactors will provide power for my power armor, which needs a little bit of uranium fuel cell for that to work. But now, as I also expanded quite a bit of, also made the walls to secure the base even better. I also take some laser weapons upgraded to get through to be able to make sure they are able to defend against any potential attacks. Though it should be quite unlikely, but I might as well just make sure that I don't get attacked and cannot defend. So here, I will be taking this uranium ore, which has 9.6 million uranium ore. Should be basically plentiful, that may potentially carry us to the end game, basically, or like even through post game. Yes. So 9.6 million uranium ore here as the first thing I would like to do is I would like to add some global ports for this and then extend this a bit so I could potentially get to defend this. So the first thing is I need to get this uranium mining set up. Then I can get the uranium processing started. Another note of this thing is that uranium mining also is going to require sulfuric acid. So I will also have to find a way to be able to get the sulfuric acid going. I will put it here now. And then I will also need to change this to a chain. Then it's going to take us a while to rest, but now as the rocket silos are getting built, it's slowly but surely getting built, but it's quite slow, as rocket silo is that demanding in software. And then we need to get the new platforms going, because I want to start to deliver science back to the base, and then I also start the electromagnetic science, if possible. So I will be searching for the quick travel ship for now, and I will be commending this for now. These are being made, but it takes a while for that to get set up. And then another thing is that we will need to get the rocket solar. We're still on quite a bit of a power crisis. Well, we are still low on power. That I would really like to get the nuclear power actually set up, because without nuclear power, that I don't feel like I will be safe for any kind of power, this kind of power demand that I was potentially going to need in the future. So I really would like to get the power set up, if possible. I plan to set up the nuclear power here. Then I will have to take off this solar. So first is we'll need a sulfuric acid receiver, so we'll put it here. And then I can start to select for uranium mining. So one special thing about the uranium is that you will need sulfuric acid to mine this mineral. So the first thing is get sulfuric acid into the thing. Take also maybe nice. So getting the sulfuric acid mined, well, actually uranium and mining it with sulfuric acid, and then we can deliver the uranium back to the base, and then we can start processing the uranium ore. One thing for sure is that once we get the uranium set up, we will going to have a bit better time with our power, most likely, because it feels like that we really need uranium to get our power issues solved, because I don't think I will be able to get this power going for long, or like satisfied, without me using an even stronger form of power. Or at least with the current solar setup, I have put way more solar panels than before I actually started this thing, started whole science production. As the other problem with the relativity modules is that they give out a lot more power consumption that comes into the actual reason why this is going so well for the power, as we have been heavily using a lot of things. And that's also the reason why it comes into place when I actually get the efficiency modules set up, because those have been saving power for the other parts of the factory. So it does give out some effect on that part, that we actually was able to settle for that kind of production of power system, or I should say, like the power demand satisfied, because we weren't using that much power. But it's no longer the case, I would say. It wasn't it's no longer the case, and to get our powers issue addressed, I feel like that we're just going to need to set up for uranium nuclear power. So let's get the nuclear power uranium started. So the first thing is we are finally going to set up for the uranium train. So the first thing is let's go back to our uranium. As for our uranium train, it's coming to a place that it's really not demanding. Alright. So our science is going very fast now. Finally, though, it took so much effort to get the science going. So it's really it's rather satisfying to actually see that much science flowing. After so much hard work, I think I put it in the wrong direction. Well, direction doesn't matter, but the aiming time will be affected, I think. So, and also warm up so they don't go through the turrets as easily. Anyways, next is to set up for the mining float. So you need sulfuric acid to mine uranium. That's one thing That's one thing for sure. And you should also know the fact that you need sulfuric acid, considering that you need a research to get this going. So, well, since you already need the research to get to mining this thing, it wouldn't be an easy job to actually mine the uranium. Well, at least for the fact that you are most likely going to need to get the uranium mining set up for your own benefits, is not going to be that easy. And then you will need the mining fluid, and then you will need to set up for logistics in the mining drills. Isn't too difficult, but it can be a bit tricky to deal with. So the connections between the drills is rather easy, as they basically go through the mining fluids can go through the mining drills. So it isn't as tedious as actually setting up like something like oil refineries, oil cracking, that kind of thing. Anyways, as uranium is going, then we can then put our focus here, and then actually start to work on the uranium processing later. So as the platform A is slowly but surely getting its own way to home, to be finished, I should also get this going, as it's kind of necessary to get that done. As I slowly but surely raising up the production needed for that part of the production going, and then we can slowly but surely get our sulfuric acid set up for this thing, and then we can get our sulfuric acid into the mining drills. So it takes twice amount of time to mine this, and you will need sulfuric acid, and that's basically the main part for uranium mining. Twice the mining time isn't too much of a thing to think about, as you don't really need that much uranium compared to other types of resources. And I said 9.6 million is actually going to be way more uranium we can access from this ore patch, as I am definitely going to be raising mining productivity from now on, as it's a very nice bonus to get, as it basically increases your not only how much you can get from the resource patches, but also how fast you are gaining your resources, or like your raw resources. So yeah, that's the part of the bonus into this thing. As this ship is slowly but surely being built up, let's put our focus to Fulgora, and I'm finally going to start working on the electromagnetic science. So there are two processes that I'm going to three processes that we're going to look into. So the first process is the superconductor. This will need copper plates, plastic bar, chromium plates, and nitro, as it's relatively easy to get this set up, as we already have copper and plastic being delivered in as we deconstruct part of our low density structures. We basically satisfy our needs for copper and plastic. We shouldn't have much problem for that. So that is the superconductors. We will, in the future, will need to use even more superconductors also across the planet, across the other planets, and the chromium plates as well. As later on, it is going to be needed to make lithium, but let's not talk about lithium for now, as there's still quite a while before we actually reach lithium. So then we can also start working on quality module 3. This is quite a necessity for quality farming, grinding. As for that, I will start to work on getting the quality module set up, so I can start to take a deeper approach into the quality world. And the second thing is going to be this electrolyte. The electrolyte is made from stone, heavy oil, and chromium solution. The chromium solution, I highly suggest that you do the chromium solution with the productivity modules. So I'm actually going to be putting the productivity modules. And I should also raise the cap for this. That's another point in the production cap. Let's get more going. Else, we definitely want to get our productivity modules on these things, because you don't get that much chromium, and then the only way to get to more chromium is going to be one part of it is going to be this. We already have our chromium plates being made. Then the chromium solution is getting improved for that part. I don't think I will be able to support that much chromium for that, but that is part of the plate. this electromagnetic science to try to get as much homeland as possible, as it's very hard to get homeland. As scrap recycling is quite difficult to get through, as there is a lot of residue to deal with. 99%, or we should say 59% of the things are going to be. Well, it's like similar to 99% in some form, but it's going to be quite a minimal amount of chromium ore. It's going to be 1 in 60. I have calculated this is 60% sum of the things, so it's going to be 1 in 60 here. And then this homing ore, you're also going to need stone and ice, but those are rather considered as byproducts for getting the homing ore. It should be very easy to get this, the other two satisfied, unless you've been heavily using ice. Then you might just drop ice from a space platform for that. Anyways, so let's go back to the electrolyte. So this is the electrolyte. The electromagnetic plant has an interesting way to treat the fluids, but I will talk about that when I get to electrolyte. And then we will need to use the electrolyte to make the supercapacitors, which is made from battery, electronic circuits, chromium plates, and superconductors, along with this electrolyte that you're going to need to also make the science pack. So let's first get our superconductors going. So here I already have a blueprint going. So here we'll be delivering the copper and plastic. And then here is going to be the homeland. So that's the inner side of the belt. Alright, the next thing is light oil, which I have here, so let's get our whole light oil delivered there. Alright, so that is the light oil, and then we should be able to get our superconductors going. So here is the superconductors, and our next thing that we need to make is the electrolyte. Electrolyte is a bit tricky. I will put our electrolyte there. So the first thing is that we need heavy oil for this. So let's get our heavy oil going into the production of this thing. Alright, so this is you can flip the electromagnetic plants like many other buildings. Well, this is for the version 2 at least. You can flip this kind of buildings, because there are still some buildings that you cannot flip, like the burner mining drills. There are very some specific things that you simply cannot flip. And the other is the homing solution. As I already have this automatic shutdown condition going for this, I don't really need to worry about if I actually over-process scrap that I end up in loss of too much stuff. But yeah. It's kind of difficult to get scrap processing done properly in some ways. And then here I'm going to get our stone going for this project. I will put the stone here. Alright, so that is the electrolyte. As our stone is being delivered, I'm actually going to need more robots for this, so let's raise this counter to 1000. And we're more likely to need to get more robots going for the demand. Anyway, so that is the electrolyte. So electrolyte is quite demanding in some form. But our next thing in the picture is going to be the supercapacitor and the accumulator. There's a reason to get the accumulator set up as well. So I will also make it here. And I'm actually going to put the superconductor and the accumulators on the same belt. So the first thing is I can put my I've been basically sharing the same belt as the Homian ingredient belt as the superconductor, and then I can basically use the same belts for the Homian and the superconductor for the same belt for the supercapacitor building. And then the next thing is we're going to need is going to be battery, and we also really need electronic circuits. So the first thing is we need the battery. And we're also going to need electronic circuits. And the next thing is for the accumulator, which needs iron, so we are going to get our iron set up here. It's relatively simple for the iron, so it's the supercapacitor, and then supercapacitor should be built soon. But I'm going to get our rocket cells to set up. It's also going to come with the modules. And then the next thing is to insert electrolytes before we actually be able to get our supercapacitors built. And then that should be perfectly fine for what we need to get to. So that is the supercapacitor, and that is the electromagnetic science unlocked. So what does electromagnetic science need? Well, let's go and look into the electromagnetic science. So it needs supercapacitor in the accumulator, and it also needs electrolytes in Homian solution. So it's kind of a bit annoying in the past that you will need Homian and the solution to get to be able to craft this science pack, and that's even more Homian need is for this thing. So this is the science build. I would like to move the science here. and what actually be. So the build has been relatively simple, and we just basically put our ingredients here, and then the two types of fluids as well. So that's going. And the chromium solution. And that's basically how the electromagnetic design is going to be made. And then I can then put my superconductors into a chest. We're going to restrict this for superconductors. And restrict this for the supercapacitors. And restrict this for the sites. It doesn't look good. As our ship A is being made, we can set off our schedule for this soon, so I can get this potential going to the delivery for some science, like the metallurgic science. So the first thing is I will be asking for 2,000 metallurgic science here, and then back in Nauvis we're going to be setting up for this space request. So it takes the science packs. And then here we can set for a schedule here, then we get some conditions set up. So I want this to go when I run out the metallurgic sets, but I also want to make sure that I only go when the ship is good for its storage. Because as I need to find where it is. Should be this one. So it's going to only go under this condition met. So because it's enough froster fluid, ammunition, and then power. Well, power can potentially run out if I don't put this many solar panels, and then the solar panels may not be able to hold off that much power in further away planets like Fulgora, where like solar power in space is less. And there's a less of that going. And the Homian solution is input, but yeah. Once this Homian solution is posted, I should be able to get this going. I will check it later. But then the second part of the schedule is going to be that we're going to take our request satisfied, and also to make sure that the circuit condition is met before leaving the planets, just in case. And I don't want to unload in focus. And this is basically a ship setup. And then it just needs time to take itself. And we're also going to rename this science to be the metallurgic delivery. And then the second ship is also going to be going with this same quick travel ship blueprint. And we're also going to be asking for the same of the materials before waiting for this. So the science is being made, electrolyte can run out, and that is not what I feel like I'm going to be wanting to get to. So I will be dropping some speed modules for this, so I can potentially get this to run a bit faster. As there is already some productivity in the whole system, which saves some bit of Homium, and we also have Foundry used here, so we can actually get this Homium issue addressed a bit better, and we also put more Homium productivity modules on this Homium solution, where we can finally get our science packet away from here and then basically start researching electromagnetic stuff like quality modules 3 like this. It's quite expensive, it's 2000, so yeah. And then the power is declining quite fast in the way that for the reason that I have started escalating my production, that it has come quite far that my power is actually declining fast. But it's seemingly fine at the moment. I may have to go back to Fulgora when I feel I'm going to go for it. But it's not that emergent, I feel like, that we could just get this to set up. While the ship is loading its stuff for the production needs. Our ship B is also on its way of construction. And then we are back into the uranium mining. As you can see, the uranium mining is setting itself off. And then the uranium train is going to be set up for me to actually mine more uranium, actually mine and store more uranium. But the uranium trains, I'm going to set these up for the uranium trains. And then we can start to work on our way to uranium processing. Alright, so uranium processing is actually quite straightforward. So the first thing is that you're going to get some centrifuges for the uranium processing. It's very straightforward that you only need to do a very basic setup like this. It's just going to be that simple for something like the simple furnace stack should do it. And we are going to be asking for uranium processing for that. And then something simple like this. And let's set this to uranium processing. And then just add a few, I will be adding some more of this so I can actually get this going faster so that I can potentially get our uranium-235 accumulators for the need for the production needs for uranium-235. For sure, quite a bit of uranium-235. For Kovarex processing, well, mostly it's going to be something that I'm going to get to in the future, which is the Biolab. But Biolab is still quite far away from being able to get Biolabs. And then you can also get some relatively unique things like the captive biter spawner, which also needs quite an intense amount of uranium-235. Let's just look into the thing. This is the things that you can make. In the early game, you're mostly going to be using the uranium fuel cell. After researching Kovarex, you can get to nuclear fuel, which is I don't know if you're going to be using nuclear fuel though. I don't plan to use nuclear fuel. I will be planning to use the just the regular rocket fuel for fueling my trains, that kind of stuff. Atomic bomb, which I also have a research, is quite expensive, 5,000, but with our current rate of research, it isn't really much of a problem. But we also can be raising our space science production if I need to research more of the space science related technologies, which is basically the things I have to deal with at the moment. And the atomic bomb, it really is very important that you upgrade your stronger explosive before you test this on some enemies. You test this weapon on the enemies. So you don't blame about it being weak, because it's actually upgradable using stronger explosives. Then we need a lot more centrifuges, and then our rockets isn't going. Our current issue is isn't so cooperative, maybe. I feel like the problem is that we don't have enough robobots. Maybe I should also get the robobots set for this section, so logistic robots have a bit better time for this. We don't need to push too hard on our so this whole line is 40. I definitely overkill a bit too much for this, as I don't even be able to get this throughput. Well, technically saying that, but when I get to blue belts, it's gonna be enough. Speaking of blue belts, we actually have the capability to upgrade to blue belts, so let's also get to it. So I already have the lubricants here set up, along with the rocket components and the rocket silos, which are still being built, and then we can then launch more and more rockets that we need to get our space platform built fast. And then here I can start to set up for blue belts. So I'll be asking for a reasonable amount for each of these blue belts. So this is simply way too much, and that's really too much. I'll be decreasing the amount for the gears, because that's simply too much for sending those into the. You don't need to worry too much about the splitters. They don't eat too much resource. It takes circuits, but it doesn't take that intense amount of gears. But yeah, just look at this. Yeah, there's a lot of gears used. So, but then we can transition to blue belt, and I feel like the rocket cell can take a bit of an increased time for that. Same as the blue circuits, and we're also going to be raising up the amounts needed for that. So the gears isn't going to be those not going to be the problem for throughput. How centrifuges? How's it going? Centrifuges is going quite a bit slowly. It takes 50 steel plates, but it needs to take extra gears and concrete for this, so I might as well just get the gears and concrete doubled up for this. So I can actually, because this actually made quite fast, it's 4 seconds. And then there's the nuclear reactor, which costs 500 each, but we already get our number of nuclear reactors I want to get with that. Anyway, so this is the uranium setup going. Then we can start to work on filtering out the uranium-235 and then get to be able to use out of the uranium-238. And then we are going to be putting those into storage chests. They are specific own storage chests. And then I'll also make sure the logistic filters is filtered to it, so it only takes these two types of stone. And given the 10 chests each, I'll be using green arms for 238. For 235, I feel like we should be sufficient because we're not going to get that much uranium 235 anyway, so the next thing is that we are going to be setting up for our uranium 235 production. So the uranium processing, as you can uranium processing is set to process in centrifuges into uranium 238. So the main thing is that you are supposed to use the uranium processing if you are in short of uranium-238. So what I'm going to do is to control whether I'm going to be doing uranium processing, depending on how much uranium-238 I have in my logistics storage. And then here is the Kovarex enrichment process, which I am going to be doing later, which creates uranium-235. So I am going to control whether I'm going to be doing Kovarex if I am low on uranium-235. So let's talk about Kovarex enrichment process. So the first thing is Kovarex is a catalytic recipe which you need both uranium-238 and uranium-235 to perform. And then you are going to be essentially using 3 uranium-238 to create 1 uranium-235. So the first thing is that we need plentiful amounts of uranium-235 to actually start this process. So, and then the current state, I feel like it's just because it's not that, it's just trying to deal with the excess at the moment, as we were expected to have plentiful amounts of uranium-238. And then we're going to start with Kovarex process. So yeah, we're going to need even more centrifuges, which we are short on because concretes are being delivered slowly. I might as well just try to make my own centrifuges by hand. So our current situation is on the gears, and I can't really help too much on that. But our ship B is also almost completed. I should probably raise the number of the pumps, otherwise I cannot get this to work. Storage tanks at 50, we should be fine, but we definitely need to get those going. Otherwise we cannot get our pumps delivered for ship B. Isn't too much of a problem, as we'll still be making our resources, our fluid, so that isn't too much of a problem. Here we are going to be asking for electromagnetic science 2000, and then we're also going to be asking to set the condition which is going to be similar to the metallurgic one. And then we're going to be setting up a circuit condition, because if I don't, the ship may crash down and then things go badly, and then I don't know what to do, because my ship gone down, I lost the science packs, and then I will have to build a new ship and some loss over the resource, which is sad, but as you can see here, it's very similar in the form of the way I want this to go. And here we're going to be setting up what we call the it's quite long because the name of the science pack, and is actually truncated in the way that it has to be. And this should be Kovarex, not uranium processing. So the first thing is I want the I could potentially set up more, but I will just go with 12 for now. As this is a 60-second process, it's really long. It is really long. And then we are going to be demanding from uranium to 38 and uranium to 35. And we're actually going to use them to be able to do the loop process. And then we can actually get our products into purple chest. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to change the way I'm going to do this, and then we basically put as we can just simply put our uranium to 35 and uranium to 38 into purple chest to basically cover the needs for this, and then we don't need to worry about have to send them out into the belt, and then we can just purple chest through this. So let's put our purple chest and then get the process to get the output products for this. And then we need to send in the ingredients needed for Kovarex. So the first thing is we need to set in our blue belts for that. I want to set this into the email belts. Well, actually, I feel like I'm just going to be doing something like this. And then change this to a bit, and just put into the email belts, and that will be fine. And we're going to be asking for uranium to 30. We'll be asking for 100 for those. And I will be asking for uranium to 39. Well, actually, I want the uranium to 35 to be in the side of the belt. I will be deleting this and set a new batch. And here's going to be trash later. And I want trash only recipes. Because there wasn't supposed to be the uranium to 38 there. I want to 35 to be on the side of it, so it get a bit easier time to grab the uranium. And then we will need to start to set up our circuit condition. So the first thing is where do we do Kovarex? And where do we do... So we will be using two decided combinators, and then we can read the logistic network contents using the overput, and then we're going to be checking for uranium co-certified. I want uranium to certify to cover the we're in the logistic storage. I wish to have like say 20,000 when we do Kovarex. So here's what we're going to do. So Kovarex enrichment process. Then we output the signal. Kovarex is a very low process, so we want to set this when Kovarex set to 1. And that is the Kovarex process. We can share this so it indicates the same process. So the second thing is when there is no uranium to certify, basically indicates that there's no uranium to certify backup for Kovarex. Or should I say, there's no uranium to certify remain in the logistic storage, which all of them are putting into feeding into the Kovarex. We will be demand for 238. Uranium processes should be processed to be performed to get the. And then the other condition I want this to go for is that I have how much uranium 238. So 30,000 in this case, and the settle ore. And I also want to make sure that it's less or equal to, because there can be negative number for that. Anyway, so that is the uranium processing. Part of the picture. And then we only want to enable this when the uranium processing settles, which indicates that we want to do uranium processing. And I want to do the blueprinting for that, so I can filter out this part and then basically copy, paste it to the whole thing here. Centrifuge, I've filled out it here. Oh my god. And so the centrifuges are currently going, and is trying to do their best to fetch uranium 235, which also means that we're presumably going to be using even more powerful our demands. But as this goes, we will slowly but surely get to access nuclear power soon, which then we should be able to resolve our power problems that have been coming. Did I forget to get the efficiency here? No. It's just probably there's too much going here, and things gone badly. Oh, well then. I could potentially put just half of this solar grid here, and then get some solar power going. Additional solar power going. And I could also potentially be asking for another half here, then it's one more time of solar grid. Anyways, as for our deliveries, it's slowly but surely accumulating the needed production for that. So let's set our schedule, begin our schedule, as they will be taking the things soon, but it's going to be a while before that happens. And I would like to send some of these resources to Gleba, but I don't necessarily need these, so I will put those back in the place for now. So it's very hard to do this without being able to. With those things constantly changing places, it's very hard to get this going. Anyway, so this is how we're going to treat the uranium processing, basically. Logistic system really make this easy. So you can basically just get your Kovarex going like this, and then it's very easily done. So we are slowly but surely building our uranium to certify. We'll be slowly building up our uranium to certify with the Kovarex. And while that is going, we also have our uranium processing going to accumulate to potentially get some more uranium 235. And as that being said, we are slowly but surely building our uranium 235 at the same time. We potentially are going to have a lot more. So let's say 50,000, and I can also use the uranium 238 to build uranium ammo. So let's also go for that. So the uranium ammo is going to be here, and I'm going to be storing for here it's been storing straight for. I also probably going to be storing 300 for those uranium ammo. Those are better used in the gun turrets because gun turrets have additional damage bonus for that, which can be utilized to do even more damage. But you shouldn't use those in the spaceship because they also are hard to carry things, which you can only carry 25 into per rocket, and that is very work intensive if you plan to use uranium rounds in spaceship flights. We can also do the cannon shells, but I'm no longer using cannons. I would suggest using uranium cannon shells on the demolishers, though I wouldn't really recommend this for medium ones, as I have tested this. Maybe you should just get more physical damage, but I don't feel like that is so effective for part of the reason. But yeah, that's basically the part of the picture for that. Anyways, I feel like I'm going to be actually, I don't feel like this number of rockets should be fine, as we're storing some basically combat essentials, so in case I need to fight for the enemies, and then we're also been storing the heat pipes. We will need more heat pipes for. We'll need more heat pipes for the. I was actually going to be asking for more copper and steel because it uses quite a bit of copper and steel. And then the heat pipes will be heavily used in the future when we get to the planet that we don't have access at the moment, as that is quite late game. So, while that being gone for the thing, our Fulgora is slowly building up our science packs for the production needs. I don't think I need to worry about this for the accumulators. And on current point, we are doing something of a net positive on that part. But our electrolytes can be a problem, but I have this slightly addressed using the speed module, so it doesn't just run out. But our Homian ore can be a problem, as our Homian ore, as to look into our. I should also delete this. Our Homian ore production. Scrub is no processing. Well, I can't really say, but we will be slowly draining out our Homian. most likely. But as that going, our uranium is being set up, and then we are slowly getting our power issues addressed. Hopefully, though, because I really do not want to engage more of this power problem, so I'm trying my best to get this power problem resolved because I no longer be able to deal with this power problem because I have so much pain with this power problem. So I really want to get this power addressed as soon as possible because oh my god, the power is so tedious to deal with. I don't like to deal with the power. Our power is keep running out and is going very low accumulators charge, which I have concerns over because I've been heavily using robots and I've been even more heavily using power because well, our metallurgic delivery has now been moving towards the delivery planets, and it's going to be taking the science packs that are going to need. I also going to settle for the delivery for electromagnetic science, so I don't forget to do it, and then we can start to upgrade our space science. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna be tearing up this whole space science build up in the middle of this, and I will be moving this whole thing to the right side, and then we're gonna be starting over with a new space science. So remember in part 3 I've done the Asteroid reprocessing, yes. So the Asteroid reprocessing allows you to get basically more oxide Asteroid chunks, which is in most cases going to be the lowest among the 3 types. With the reprocessing, then you can get more oxide Asteroid chunks. So here is a new Asteroid chunks. Our new space science build that takes the Asteroid reprocessing into consideration. And here I also have assemblers 3 going. Basically a lot of upgrades that have been taken into consideration for this. Like we have more smelters going, and then we also have some more crushers, but we should be perfect for power. The only thing that we need to do is to deliver the stuff needed for the things to go. The concept is quite similar to the original space science, that we basically put any kind of form of the asteroids that comes from the crushers for a consideration if we want to pick the asteroid chunks and then put back into the loop. The loop is that this is to make sure that the asteroid chunks are in the inner side of the loop, while the other products like ice is going to be on the outer side of the belt. And then we can get a more balanced asteroid distribution, basically, as a reprocessor suggests that. So for reprocessing, you're also going to be making sure that the reprocessing is going to be only doing reprocessing when on the types that you have too much of. So I also have the same thing here. The red wire one is for the one that I am delivering. I'm going to be filtering the red one for if I want to pick up the asteroids from the recycling, or if I want to pick up the asteroid chunks from the asteroid collectors, or using the asteroid collectors. And the green one is going to be if I am going to do the reprocessing using those ones I have too much of. So it's very clear that this is this is basically a better version for space science, as it takes more of a distribution, and it also has more of the collectors. They also have more of this more smelting and crafting for what I potentially going to need. We're currently most likely waiting for rockets, or like the rockets are just so slow, or like we're actually waiting for the drop out. It's finishes requesting, and then we can start to. And I'm also going to be increasing the buffer for the space size to 4,000. And I also been drawing out this stuff because I can't even go anywhere else using this. I may consider using a space science ship instead of just a a hovering platform on Nauvis, so I can potentially get more more asteroids going. And I know why. The design is unique in the way that I put the iron belts on the same level as the science one, as the science belt, and I only take the space science into the harbor, and then drop those signs off the harbor back to Nauvis. Basically, then I only need to use 2 bells in the middle to actually get the resources. And then here is the ice and the carbon. I could potentially use a splitter, but it will jam up if I have too much ice or carbon in this thing. Then that happens. Then I could potentially do an overflow, but that can take up with redesigning of that. And I will also have to connect multiple sections in the loop to be able to read all the parts of the belt, which can be annoying despite what I expect. And also, this is the new space science. I am expected to get more from this, and then we are waiting for the circuit condition to be set up. And for that to be accomplished, we are going to need to raise up our physical damage. Yeah, so there's that and electromagnetic sounds. Well, that is what we potentially going to need for that. And our uranium is going slowly but surely. We are slowly but surely building out for our Kovarex processing. It's going to be quite a bit of the time before I actually get the Kovarex to max out and the uranium so that if I can flow in a better pace. Or like a place that I would like to get. I could possibly use speed modules for this. And our power, I am slowly but surely addressing power using that little bit of I could potentially use this iron patch that I will potentially put for this. But here I will be doing another solar grid. And then here I'm going to be ripping off this section, and then I'm going to be putting this another half solar. It's basically that I just want to get the power to build up, because I feel like the power is going to be quite an issue for that kind of path. As we raise up our physical projectile damage, I would expect that the spaceship use less ammunition for every trip. Then I should be able to save up for the resources on that part. Then I should be fine for that. And our rockets are being built up. Then we need to decide what's our next move. So there's some space science, apparently some space science here. Alright. So let's see if I can put the space elements back into this. Did I instruction requested? No, I don't want that. And I also want to increase the buffer for this from 2000 to 4000. So that is the science. As our researching at the rate of which our size can potentially handle. I am good. I don't really need to raise speed up. So no. So here's the rockets they are slowly but surely being made for sure. And we also have this efficiency measure. You can just ignore this, but I feel like I want to put efficiency modules over these things, but I could potentially change it to a tier 2 over the efficiency modules because these are tier 1 modules, and I have some tier 2 modules I can potentially use for these. Kovarex. I feel like I can also speed off Kovarex what we are expected to get to. So this uses 362, so it should be about 350 kilowatts used for the basic power. If I use the tier 2 speed modules 60%, I could get to speed modules 3, which needs tungsten carbide. I would like to get to quality speed modules 3 most likely for that. So we are expected that we're going to need 120% more power, which is going to be about 840,000 power, 840 kilowatts of power. It's going to be extra 700 kilowatts for each of these modules. I don't think that's too much of a concern, though I would still prefer to get to using some beacon to save up for some power for this, or should I say reduce pollution. 840, this will be taking down 120%, so we should be able to get a positive feedback on that part, so I can get more from that side. And then our metallurgic delivery has basically returned our metallurgic science now complete delivered. We are getting metallurgic science back into the base. And I should be able to get all these 3 research done for now. So there's 3 remaining research that I haven't completed, basically relatively expensive researches. So there's also going to be the low density structure productivity. We can also get to real super foundations, so then we can build it in the deeper parts of the ocean, which allows a bit more freedom, or actually a lot more freedom over the elevator rails of Fulgora. You're going to be able to not be restricted by the deep parts of the ocean there. And it's a lot easier to set up elevator rails. And this is a Fulgora related tech that we don't really need that for now, as we don't plan to extend at the moment. And then we also have the speed module 3, which is what I haven't just mentioned. So it actually gives out quite a bit of a speed up improvement for 50% for how much you can potentially get for that. So we also get artillery, which is a low-range cannon that you actually have access to the artillery remote. And artillery also has its achievements. There's a achievement that is actually quite difficult to deal with. It's the hands clean achievement that I will talk about that for later. And there's also the turbo belt, which I don't think I will be doing. So I said there's a hands clean achievement. Let's see. So is to basically not destroy any enemy structure until you take down your first one using artillery. And in space age, things get a bit trickier as artillery also needs a military force, which already needs the utility science. In the base game, you only need to get to. I believe you only need the utility science. Here you will need space science, which is easy to deal with, but you also need to get to metallurgic science, so you also need to get to focus to do that. So it's a bit trickier to make sure your Nauvis space don't get taken down. While you try to develop an infocus to try to fetch the science packs back into the base and then do the research and actually set up all artillery, which artillery is also quite expensive in some form that you're actually going to need tungsten plates to make those, including the ammunition used for those. You also need calcite for the ammunition, which makes the hands clean achievement a bit trickier to deal with in Space Age compared to the base game. So yeah, it's a bit tricky for that, but it's actually quite easy to get to if you utilize the map settings to help you out on that. So potentially try to do this on default settings will make this more challenging. Instead of like setting up your starting area 6 to 600 and then disable enemy expansion. Now you can still potentially get the achievement completed if you follow the steps and don't take down any enemy bases. You can also potentially wall off the base and wall off the base like this, so you don't have to worry about the enemies spawning, that kind of thing. Though this can be tricky, and it only really works. It will work nicely on vital ones. I'm not sure about the spitters ones. Yeah, that is basically the artillery. And the focus, I feel like it should be fine, as I also be working quite a bit for that, and our Fulgora ship is basically settled. Well, this is not the Fulgora ship because there's going to be some more ships that is going to be going for Fulgora to get the needed resources that are going to heavily needed for the reason that the late game planet, which the fifth planet, is going to need some orbital logistics for that. I also want to upgrade my ship, my home ship here. That we're going to be transform my travel ship here. So I have a new ship going, which is the resource ship, basic resource ship. So this ship has 10 cargo bays, which allows me to carry through more resources than I potentially would like to get to. This design is quite similar, but I had to put out the iron ore out of the hub before putting it into the furnace because I don't have that many sites to put the furnace onto. And we are slowly waiting, and we do not have accumulators. I feel like it's because that we have been using accumulators. It has to be that we have been heavily using accumulators, and I don't have accumulators, so yeah, that's a problem. But is that a problem to deal with? Well, I'm not sure about that. But as our Kovarex is slowly but surely been going through, that we are basically on the regular amounts, around 62 kilowatts using a single beacon. And we then don't have to worry about that I could possibly stack beacons, but I just want to just get the most effect out of a single beacon for that. But it can help quite nicely for efficiency modules to drag down the resource consumption on that. But our uranium 235 is slowly but surely going. That's one thing for sure. But it takes time. It really takes time for that to set up. Anyways, I still have two vacant space platforms, but I'm not going to be using those. And then we need to start to think about what we going to bring to Gleba. So I will be waiting for the space for the ships to be built before doing that. And then I'm going to try to possibly carry to Vulcans or Fulgoras to preferably Vulcans, but here I also escalated the production for my fluid. And we also need pipes. So what we actually going to bring for a trip to Gleba. So the first thing is I'm going to be taking into a new section for this, and we're going to be bringing some. We're going to bring some solar panels, some accumulators, but those are not going to be very too far to be realistic. We're also going to be needing big mining drills for stone. I will be taking, let's say, 60, and then we don't need a pump jack. We're going to take some electric furnaces, some assembling machines. Don't need a refinery. We're also going to need chemical plants. Let's see, 40 should be good. And then we're also going to be putting some efficiency modules if possible, because we're definitely going to be needing a lot of those efficiency modules. We don't strictly need the beacons. We don't have access to heating towers yet. We need to actually go to Gleba before actually going to it. But I will bring repair packs for that. And I would also very nicely to get to our. Let's also settle for the steam turbines for that, as I'm going to be using the heating towers for that, and we're also going to be bringing some heat pipes with that. I won't use nuclear for this, but if I'm going to be going for some stuff. But we are going to be bringing some belts on the ground. I'll be bringing 300 for now, 200 for this. Anything I feel like going to need substations. I don't think I have 500 substations. And then the next thing is I'm going to bring some chests. At the basic chest, I don't think I need the active provider. I will be taking some. I don't think I have fine robot frames, but I'll be bringing some basic robots at the moment. And then some robopods. The other things I was just thinking when I feel like I am good with my inventory spots, but at the moment I don't think I am good with this, and we cannot get our accumulators. But it doesn't really matter for now, but we need to get our ships delivering the things. And I also would like to get foundries to be delivered. And I'm waiting for and I will be waiting on Vulcanus then. Then my power should be good. And how's the current status on there? It's not having too much of the things. Can't even bring this. I don't have reprocessing for this ship, so that may not work as well for this. I'm trying my best, but I don't think that works nicely. Well, might as well just try to push through, if possible. Though this can be difficult. We could potentially push through that. And I would like to use the gun turrets as a... We are getting more Asteroid chunks on the other planets other than in Nauvis, where products can be potentially first. I'm not sure why that wasn't working. Please carry. Please push through. I'm trying my best here. Was able to push to 2000, but we'll look back into this later. Hopefully that I will be able to go through this still. How's our uranium at the moment? As currently our current status is that we are going through our second centrifuge, which is nice, and then soil surely is going to be built up quite nicely. At the moment, we can't really save up on our robot freeze because most of them are put into robots, and then oh my god, I have a load of construction robots at the moment. Is pushing, but it's pushing very slowly. And obviously the resource ship isn't going to be taking the taking Please pick up the things. Not sure why, like sometimes they don't pick up. If the ship can push itself, we try to. Maybe. It's gonna take a long time to get that set up though, I think. Yes. We're still stuck in Nauvis. How's our electromagnetic science? I believe the first patch just dropped. So now we are gaining electromagnetic science. We can start to work on electromagnetic science. So the most significant things about electromagnetic science. Quality modules 3 and then personal equipment stuff. Mostly these two things. So you can get the quality modules 3 going. But it's going to be a while before I can actually push this. 3,000 kilometers at the moment. So it should slowly push towards focus, but it's gonna be quite slow. I want it to push towards there because I feel like it's gonna be better for that. But yeah, before actually finishing Gleba, we won't be able to do anything about the asteroids. And our uranium mining is going quite nicely. As our next thing about the uranium thing is going to be setting up for a uranium. Oh, 80 million. Yes. So there's still a few more rockets left to be finished, or should I say, rocket silo. At the moment, our current logistic storage is not producing chemical science at the moment. Is just because it's on the production limits. I feel like it should be just on its production limits. I think so. I shouldn't need to worry too much about that. Obviously, I can like rack up the production better using like even better productivity modules. Maybe there are two ways to go about productivity modules. First is to get a better quality of productivity modules. Like a real one is going to be a real processor is going to be given 9% instead of 6. And then there's a second thing that is also another ultimate goal for the build up for my house is productivity 3. This is a difficult module to make, and you will need Biotech to make one. And then Biotech is not an easy thing to manage. But I will talk about that when I finish off Gleba, so I can actually get the science flowing there, and then unlock the captivity. Then I can then talk about the productivity or like the Bison X in general. And then we can then start to think about how I'm going to actually get the productivity story. And we are almost at focus, and the science and the ship is actually flowing, and we are actually gaining our yeah, this is getting a bit better, and then I can then ask for some things. I will be asking for these tokens most likely. So, and the thing is, I also going to be needing foundries. I'll be asking for 40 of those if I can. And I don't want to get a ship to be over Gleba at the moment, because the moment that you hit Gleba with a ship, that the evolution is going to count its timer, and then evolution is going up, and then we don't have that much time left. Well, maybe it doesn't really matter if you're going to for some building for a long time period there, or like try to manage the planet for a long time, not being able to get out for so long. I don't think I should need to worry about that too much. But yeah, as our electromagnetic science going, just waiting for the circuits to be completed at the moment. Then we can actually think around the electromagnetic science technologies. For example, quality 3. I thinking about doing quality later. I wasn't planning to do quality now, but I feel like I should try to. I still need some time for the electromagnetic tech to be researched. So Well, at least I can research those things, not like a few parts ago where I can't do anything about the sense. Now, as I'm good with this, and I can potentially just wait for resources here. And then we are going to start working on our nuclear power soon. At the moment, we are currently stuck on our uranium 235. We can't do much about this. We can help this out by changing this to upgrading this to the second tier build, or third tier build, full build. And then this maximizes the efficiency on this part. And just look at that. There's a lot of bells going. As I also have the accumulators coming back there. Maybe I should just turn this back to Nauvis and ask for more over there, as I would like to get the big miner and the foundry set up for Falcons, because I can only produce those things there. And for our current situation, that our rocket is 3.39 per second. It's not so fast, it's not so slow. But it's going to take us some time before I get the things delivered. At the rate of about 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes. So let's say every 3 minutes. So simply 3 minutes for 2 rockets is going to be that's 8 rockets. So I would say about 15 minutes before I'm about to leave. Focus for that, for resources, and then return to Nauvis and then get the things needed over here. And I also going to need recyclers. I will also like to get some recyclers for Gleba. There are some reasons I want to get recyclers for Gleba, but it's not so urgent for recyclers, so I may be able to just grab the recyclers when I after getting onto Gleba. I don't need to worry too much about that. I just need to be able to get recyclers. I want more and one problem with the time. Then I can sell for recyclers and some part of the infrastructure. There are reasons for me to be able to get recyclers for Gleba. But I can try to get the recyclers set up, then I potentially would like to get to more electromagnetic science, if possible, because I feel like this science is kind of needed in many cases. Oh, power is going alright at the moment. I shouldn't need to worry about too much about that. While Nauvis power is currently okay, and I have built up some extra solar, because oh my god, the solar is a huge issue at the moment. I still want to get the minings working for the science needs, as I need so much mining going. But our mining productivity is covering the needs at the moment. So maybe I can like tear up this crude oil, which is very low oil at the moment, or like basically tear up some parts for the crude oil, because I feel like that as the reason for me to get crude oil, so many of those patches of crude oil, is because it's about speed. It's about getting the speed going. At the current moment, it's going to take some more time for that. Can't help with this, but I think it's time to research for Fulgora tech, like the quality module 3. So the quality module 3 is 2000. I already have 2000 going. Well, was this said the 2000 can be easily doubled when I get to Biolabs. Biolabs are decent upgrades, which is also part of the things I have to go with the Bitex. But yeah, Biolabs are very decent. Though you have to use the Biolabs here, so you definitely want to get the orbital logistics going. And you want the orbital logistics going fast. To get a fast traveling ship, then I will need to get to advanced age reprocessing, which is going to be allowed to get to a better thruster fluid, like advanced oxide age recrushing will be needed for the calcium needed for advanced things, or advanced thruster fluid processes. Then we can then get our thruster fluid very easily, and then we potentially have zero worries about those things, and then we can very easily get our needs for thruster fluid. And at the moment, our concrete is alright at 5,000, or it's just because that it's not really being delivered so quickly, as it needs 41 dust per second to produce the needed amount of throughput for be able to keep this rocket cell machine going. We don't need to like mass produce that much rocket silos. We just need to get the rocket silo built, so I can finish setting up the rocket silo. That will be fine. And our current electric engine units, the only thing I can think about that is because the electric engine units is quite a bit far from the house, from the place that the rocket solar assembly is. So the logistic robots will have to take some time to go through, as they need time to charge up. Either way, so my thought about this is getting to quality robots, because if I get to quality robots, that the traveling distance is greatly increased, and then I can then get to even more efficient traveling routes. But it will also go better with quality robopods, because quality robopods also allows the charging to be way faster, and it's going to be allowing me to get to. Though it also costs a lot of power, a lot more power. Like the inserters, the quality is going to be a lot more power needed. But we are essentially done with our rocket silo setup, and our 48 rocket silos is here. And then how's our current situation with the trifle? 20 out of 40. Alright, our quality module 3 is being researched. I also would like to get to mech armor. Mech armor is going to be a bit tricky thing for that. And I will possibly go to get a rare mech armor. So I would like to talk about quality probably in the next part, or within the next few parts. I will be talking deeper into quality, and then I'm going to start grinding for quality. Then I should be able to get my rare mech armor, or even like an epic mech armor, if I'm lucky enough. Or after I finish Gleba, if I would like to do that, then I could potentially get to unlock epic quality before actually making the mech armor, and then using the rare ingredients I make needed for the mech armor as the mech armors. I already have power armor Mark II, the rare one, and I also had another one here because when I was trying to grind for a rare power armor Mark II, I got two instead of just one. As it comes to some nice results of me getting the power armor Mark II. So I could try to do this twice, and then I can potentially get to an epic mech. Then if I can get to an epic mech, that would be nice. But it's really up to if I will be able to get to it. But for now, as our Kovarex is going, then slowly but surely I will be able to get to build out my nuclear production plant, so I can alleviate our power demand, or like to make sure that I don't run out of power this easily. As you can see here, it says our power is using heavily. At the moment, we have been using 1.2 gigawatts of power. That when I get the nuclear setup, nuclear power plant setup, then I don't need to worry about this 1.2 gigawatts of power demand. And those nuclear power plants will basically help us during the nighttime, and then it can also potentially cover the daytime needs if I've been heavily using the robots, and then being heavily using the robots for power is going to be on its peak. Or should I say power usage is going to be on its peak. And then I'm waiting for this final foundry to be delivered onto the space platform. And I could potentially throw away this thing. I also going to be throwing this away because those takes too much space to work with. And then finally, our tank should be full. Then I should be able to just wait for the rockets to be launched. It's over. Then we are going to go back to Nauvis and then get the request completed. While the requests are being completed, I could also potentially get the constant combinators there. I could potentially use those combinators back there. I would like to get gun turrets, though gun turrets don't do that much of a don't help that much for Gleba, because here's the best way to go with this. And there's one thing I would absolutely want to bring to Gleba is explosives. I would like to get explosive. Let's say 1,000. For now, I will see if I can bring more if I feel like I need to bring more. But at the moment, I will be asking for 1,000. There's a reason for that much explosives. I could possibly go for cliff explosives. At the moment, we have 335. So, might as well just get some cliff explosives as well. I should potentially bring this to. I should bring this from Falcons, but our rocket production in Falcon isn't so good at the moment. Now we have so many rocket silos, and we also have many rocket trucks being produced there, which should be good for our. That's a lot of rockets, though. I don't think we will be able to support those demands if we keep use those rocket silos to launch stuff. At the moment, it's not really much of a worry to cover this part of the thing, as those are only being used every once in a while, and then we are bringing our resources to our things towards and a lot of things basically to the Nauvis to the rocket silos, and then it's gonna be that the travel ship gets a lot of resources from Nauvis, and then I'm then waiting for the resource to be covered. I can also take the rockets, but now they are using the rockets, so I will be waiting. If there is any available rockets, I will take one and then go to the travel ship. At the moment I'm waiting, then I should also be picking the resources from the, and I can remove this request. Also, current situation, our inventory, we still have quite a bit of inventory space for that. Well, I'm taking as much of resources as I can for now. I would also like to bring some concrete, which is going to be needed for the heating tower. Will be 1,000 for this, as the heating tower will need concrete. Heat pipes and boiler are also going to be needed. Heat pipes I already have brought some, and the boilers are relatively easy to make, so I don't need to worry about that. I would like to use trains on Gleba, but it's not that emergent, so I will be emergent to set the trains up for Gleba, so I will be leaving those for now, and then I will then bring the train setup for the Gleba trains. Or like the things I need to make the train setup in subsequent trips, most likely. I don't have that many substations in storage. I should most likely to increase the capacity from this to 500. I also been using big posts quite heavily, maybe setting to 200 for these. Also, current situation, our explosives on the way. Our current situation is that our rockets are being heavily consuming the resources from the rockets, and then it's going to be slowly but surely drain out our processing units, as we don't have that much storage at the moment for each of the resources, but we have plenty of rocket fuel. At the moment, that should be good for the resource demands. That's why we don't need that many rockets. So let's see what else I can bring then, considering the current situation that the current state of our process. We're also going to be needing pipelines for sure, so let's see. 1,000 pipeline, maybe that is overkill, but I don't care. And then 200 of these undergrounds. And then I also like to put some pumps and tanks. And then what else would I like to get? And obviously, I definitely gonna bring a cargo landing pad. But I also want cargo base, because those allows easier unloading, so I would definitely would like to get that as well. And I would also like to bring some steel, because steels are not easy to bring. Let's see if I can bring 2,000 of those steel. Yeah, it's really restricted to our electromagnetic science. Maybe I can just research mining productivity at the moment so I can get the other types of science used up at the moment. So I can keep keep the mining productivity flowing. As a mining productivity, I definitely want mining productivity to go full the swing and try to get the science used, and then we can potentially get more resources out of ore patches, including scrap. 2,000 steel is being delivered now. 2,000 steel, then we still have some bit of resource. We still have some of the resource slots. Let's bring some more explosives. And then I want to get some more concrete. That's gonna be a lot of things. What else do I need, really? Let's also bring some medium pots, actually. And then 100 big poles. And some undergrounds, maybe. Alright. I also forgot about that. I should also bring inserters. How's my inventory? I should not worry about how's my inventory. Not that much already on the. Alright. Maybe I should throw away the explosives, I'm not sure. 100. For now, I think that I should just reject these things and then put away the carbon and ice so we can actually put the inserters into the thing. And I will be asking for 100 each at the moment. And now we still have this number of slots. I will be from this one extra iron place, this some extra iron ore, so we still have 14 slots left. And I should be asking for 200 each. Then I should be good for now, and I'm going to also get myself a rocket for this. And I will be using this. I will be using a new quick buff of this. is complete. This one, which changes to the agricultural towers, biochambers, heating tops. Those will be used there. So I'm now waiting for the final few insert as launches, and I should be able to go. Alright, it's time to go to Gleba. I should be able to turn this back on. So the first thing is do this, and then also going to be setting for some substations. Just get some basic things there, and then I go. So I'm most likely going to take more things for Gleba, especially concrete. I would like to floor the I would like to pave the floor. And so we are on Gleba, and immediately going to be suffer. Anyway, so we are here. So first, let me settle for is so there is this. Well, actually, I'm feeling the points. So there is this plant that is very annoying because you take it down and it explodes. And this appears in the yellow biome, and these things are very annoying. As you can see here, those are very annoying. Not the greatest of that kind. Anyway, so we have our things going. Now, I believe I have got some robots for that. Now, I think it's time to drop stuff. Can you clear all the space for this so I can actually put the... Yeah, there's a lot of drop. There's a lot of dropping things. Well, here is spoilage, which is well, most of the things will lead to spoilage, and there is a spoilage mechanic in this on this planet. Well, you're also going to be encountering spoilage. So here, this is the copper through metallize and mining that has unlocked us the heating tower, which is the heating tower. Find it. So the heating tower is this thing, and it burns the fuel. And here is the copper bacteria, and which will spoil into copper ore. And it's going to be the way you make make copper ore on this planet. So there's one thing that I absolutely want to do. First is I want to set up for heating towers here has very nicely traces for that. I already have the ingredients for that. I already have the ingredients needed for this thing, so I can just get this thing started right away. And we're gonna be start mining some of these things, and then we can also start with basic carbon production. And we just mined out the iron through metallite, and this unlocks the agriculture, which also has this important nutrients from spoilage thing, which I'm going to be making this, and then we're going to discuss about the two foods that you can get, and is basically the key of this planet. The keys of this planet, should I say. So we just make 10 nutrients. There's a reason that I want to make 10 nutrients at the moment. I will later talk about why I want to make nutrients and why you should make nutrients. And the recipe is also very important, that you need to know that the recipe can be made in an assembling machine. Anyways, so for now, we are going to clear off the space needed to. It's quite nice that I got quite a bit of space to work with, so not much of a land filling is required. And I would really like to get to pave the entire base, because I don't like this, because it's very annoying to pave away this thing. The thing is very annoying. Though I will do a cleanup, most likely off screen, because I really don't like the florals of Gleba. Vulcanus and Fulgora doesn't have this problem, but Gleba's floor is just... it's very messy, really. And there's a lot of colors going, and a lot of plants that is very obvious, and it just... I don't like to deal with this. It's just very annoying. So nutrients spoil, and they are going to spoil to spoilage, which is and the spoilage is a burnable that is mostly the unwanted things that We simply do not want to for whatever reason you do not want this thing. In most cases, but yeah. So let's bring our power and our solar power setup, as I would like to most likely to get our solar setup right away. I would like to get a mega armor for Gleba because oh my god, like not being able to walk over things is quite annoying, and there's quite a bit of clearing that you need to deal with for this. But we have clearing explosives, and that shouldn't be too much of a problem. The most obvious problem is going to be that I'm not being able to walk over things, and this can be annoying. So I would like to get to the mega armor soon, and then get things set up. You really would like to get a mega armor for the part of the. For this part is because the building is, and also the water is also quite annoying to deal with. But it's quite nice for the starting area to give us quite a reasonable amount of space to work with. And then we're going to talk about the... so the first thing I would like to do is that I would like to set up all the... First, let me set up the solar panels. The solars are weaker, but I'm still gonna be using solars mainly. Before I actually set up actual power. Here, I will be using the heating tower to power up the base because it's a self-sustainable option, and then I don't need to use like nuclear plants or like to really having issues with this kind of energy option isn't really for me. Yeah. Here I will be setting up for solar power, so I can actually get this some processor going. So I would like to drop off some iron, and I'm actually going to go to Fulgora, and we'll be asking for recyclers. We'll be asking for 40 of those. I also would like to get some electromagnetic plants. I almost forgot that I actually going to need the electromagnetic plants. But anyways, for now I will be putting spoilage back here and some other things. For now we'll be taking these things, and we'll also be taking assemblers. And so for now I will be making rockets. And that's the reason I want to get the That's also the reason why I would like to get the mining. And let's get my rocket to set up. Let's set up the rockets. Oh, not explosive rocket, just the little ones. This should be good for now. Alright. Alright, so I got some rockets. So here is a small egg ref, and the small ones are not really that much of a threat. And this will spawn just the wrigglers. But there are the other types of pentapods that are really a nuisance, and you definitely do not want to like get an attack your base, but they will still attack your base, and it's very painful to deal with them. And I want to get some more irons, and I would like to talk about the two plants of the 2 plants of the 2 fruits of Gleba, and they are going to be the key for Gleba setups. Also because I want to just leave the Pentapod for a while. So here is the first plant is the Yumako tree. You'll be able to get Yumako, and Yumako is also related to copper bacteria. And Yumako, you will be able to reprocess Yumako to get the Yumako seeds and the mesh. So they spoil. And the spoilage time for Yumako is 1 hour, while the spoilage time for Yumako mesh is 3 minutes. It's very fast for that spoiling time. It's 3 minutes. And there's that thing. Maybe I can avoid that anyway for now, and then talk about the second plant for now. It's the Jellynut, and the Jellynut is the other type which is also associated with the iron bacteria, and that's the reason why the Yumako section, which is the yellow-green biome, is more. You will be able to find out more copper stromatolites, and in the Jellynut biome you are going to find more iron stromatolites for that. And then there's the Jellynut processing. It's similar, but Jellynut has more fuel value, and you yield more jelly from one Jellynut compared to like you get 2 Yumako mesh from 1 Yumako. You get 4 from this processing. And then you also unlock the Biochamber. This is to craft 10 nutrients to get the Biochamber. And then there is and also comes with the prerequisites to complete both the Yumako and the Jellynut to get access to the Biochamber. And then the next thing we can potentially get to access to is the Bioflux, which is a bit complex about this, but we're actually going to do Bioflux, as there are also going to be some uses for Bioflux. So let's talk about the Pentapod, but I want to get this iron going because I want a lot of iron. I would like to get as much iron as I can potentially get at the moment. And then we got some processes like the Pentapod cultivation. This is just the Pentapod to cultivate the Pentapod eggs. You get the Pentapod egg for more Pentapod eggs. I will talk about the eggs. But let me first smelt the iron, because I have some iron to smelt. So. And house maltreatment platform is still going slowly but surely. For now, I would like to smelt some copper before I actually leave all the thing. And I forgot to actually put this, that's power declines brutally. Anyway, so I want to use rockets for this. And I would like to get some electronic circuits going. I would also like to get some landfill going. But at the current moment, my power isn't so good. Yeah, well, my power is going to die out. Solar is replenishing, but yeah, not doing the assembly, not efficiency on the assembly machine has really killed it. And let's talk about the next thing that we need to potentially go for is that the sheer amount of landfill you need for this planet is a lot. You need a lot of landfill. And to talk about that, because you will need landfill to actually research Gleba. That's to show why landfill is so important and how much landfill you actually gonna need. Well, I will be getting landfill this way, as to just show you how much landfill I actually going to need for this. It's just so much landfill. You don't need so much landfill. I'm not even joking. You just need landfill. So let's get the mining started. I will be taking some landfill, and I will also need to get some iron. And I also got some electronic circuits. So let's talk about the thing. So every time you break a Pentapod rift, or like an egg rift, some premature. So what is a premature? Is basically that will take. So this is a normal version, which is basically a normal one, and the premature version will slowly die out, having a negative healing value. Anyways, breaking a small egg rift also yields Pentapod egg, and you absolutely do not want to save them, as those will burst up to enemies that can easily take you down, and those are spawned as big ones as well, which has a lot more value, a lot more stats, significantly higher stats than small ones, and then the only way to get this through is to build a biochamber. So let's build a biochamber, and then let's talk about how we're going to deal with this. So the first thing is everything. Well, not really everything, but most of the things here are subject to spoilage, and if you don't treat spoilage properly, things can jam up, and if you don't get processing keep flowing, things can die out, and your entire factory can shut down. So we have built our first chamber, and you will need nutrients to get the biochambers to work, and here is going to be our make biochamber, and then we're going to be making some spoilage, and also because that. And I also going to be using the. You will need to use nutrients for the. You will need to use nutrients, and the consumption of nutrients is affected by the. Is affected by the modules. So, if you put efficiency modules, you use less nutrients, and then the thing is that. Also going to get some more carbs here. That the factories uses nutrients to function. For that reason, you're going to use nutrients. So let's talk about these guys. So this is a Strather. So it's basically a long-range shooter. So it will try to get away from you and then shoot long-range projectiles. This it will shoot the flying wriggler and will home onto you, and you will have to do some circle strategy to try to avoid getting hit by this thing. But yeah, and there's also an enemy type that is really dangerous. I will talk about that later. First, let me take down these things. And one of the things about this premature, that's a regular one, about this premature Pentapod is that they have leech capabilities, and they will actually leech health from you. So like this. Like, they actually get health from attacking you. So, and I would like to see if I can get another, or maybe not. Oh yeah, you have to something like the circle strategy to get through these things. Yes. So we get a batch of these Pentapod eggs. I better get those used up, otherwise it's over. So let me try to get these biochambers built up, because that's the current option, and we are slowly but surely getting landfills. And obviously, I do not like to get to do the. So let me see if I can get some nutrients going, because oh my god. Yeah, so now at the current moment that we're just gonna be trying to get nutrients built up, and I would like to get some arms for this. That was and then we're going to go for some basic processes then. Well, actually, I don't think I need that much nutrients, but so I will be doing nutrients from Bioflux, Jellynut processing, Yumako processing. Anyways, so the first thing that we unlock using Bioflux is bacteria cultivation. So you can multiply the bacteria that you made from like processing the Yumako mesh to bacteria, or like jelly to iron bacteria. You can basically cultivate those bacteria with Bioflux. Then you can multiply the bacteria so you get more copper and iron. And that's the main way to get your ore. And you will have to make sure you can tick start those things using the first tick starting recipe. And you will most likely do not want to not wanting to do the overdo the basic the tick starting process basically. So that's to be concerned. That's to be considered. At the moment that we are going to be basically and then the next thing is that we have the Bioflux processing. So we can then get the Bioflux to process into plastic, sulfur, rocket fuel, and you can also get the biolubricant from jelly. And then we also will be trying to get some. Basically, I try to get the Pentapod X process as soon as possible, because I cannot just. So let's just go back to Gleba, and I'll be dropping these students. Yeah, for the remaining parts of the things, I will also be doing some. I'll be doing some. And then for now that we have. That we only run out of circuits. That's bad. Oh my god. It was And then there's a Bioflux nutrient recipe. I definitely want it to. As that will unlock the artificial soil, which you will need quite a bit of nutrients to be made for that. But it's very easy to get that done with the Bioflux nutrient recipe. So then we get the nutrients made, then we can then make artificial soil. And go reloading nutrients. Let's get this done. Alright, well, that is going. I need to be fast, otherwise it's over for me. And then I most likely not be able to get this things going, so I better get the electron circuits if I can possibly get those few tuned. As the nutrients spoil fast, and things are smoothly dropping out. And I'm going to be recycling my nutrients, because you recycle nutrients, you get 2 to 3 spoilage. Well, if you let them naturally spoil, you only get 1. So that would be very, very nice way to like get the nutrients to spoilage instead of just dumping them into single ones. Then I'll dump most of them into spoilage, because I don't even get the time to get this process fast enough. And then it's really a race against time. Holy dear. Only 1 minute left. Oh my god. Alright. Uh, 20 seconds or 10 seconds for each biochamber. Many things are spoiling. I can help with this because, oh my god, so fast. They draining so fast. Only 41 seconds left for that. This don't defeat. And it was time to make my own nutrients again, and then we can restart this process. We're almost done with this thing. With this process. Then after recycling all the, putting all these Pentapod eggs to the biochambers, and don't have to worry about that the Pentapod eggs burst out and then strike me down as a result. Anyways, we're done with the biochambers for now. Well, there's still some workers that still need to be there's still some workers assemblies that needs to be done. And I'm gonna get my landfills for now. Alright, so for this first part that I mean Gleba, but I want to try to get some seeds, and then I'm going to start to set up all the basic power that I will potentially like to get for the reason that I would like to set up for basic power instead of just using the solar power, because solar power has its limited capabilities, so I do not want to just use the regular solar power, because the regular solar power is not going to cut with the, especially with the 50% solar, as you only get 50% solar power here. So first, I would like to navigate through the entire place to be able to find out where I can do my stuff. And to basically, I would like to navigate through this the surroundings to be able to see where I'm going to be planting my doing the plantation. I haven't even talked about the agricultural tower yet, and that is going to be how you're going to get the automation for the resources going. So many of the places here are marsh waterlands where you can actually walk with a decreased speed. You cannot build buildings, but you can landfill on those. So, anyways, we have our Biochamber final research, and I think I will be start working on getting the Biochamber set up for in the next part. But for now, here we go. So, okay. So here is a Stomper Pentapod. This is is a very resilient type of Pentapod, which is spawned in the big egg rift, or like the actual egg rift. So it has a less chance to be spawned from the egg rift with compared to the other two types, and it's heavily resistant to impact and laser. Is also quite resistant to physical. So that's also the reason why I want to use rocket for this for this planet's enemies, as the explosion is very nice. You can also use electric, but the explosion will do for now, and then explosives will be an easier option when we get to rocket turret. And then we can get cold synthesis. Then with cold synthesis, we can get the needed production for that. And then it's time to take some enemies around this place, because there are two things to go about the enemies' attacks. So previously, I have mentioned that it's similar to the attacks in Nauvis, but in the way that the pollutant is different. So normally in Nauvis, that most machines produce pollution, but here it is that you chop down the plants that you gives the sponsor of the spores, give us the spores. That the spores you're going to be those are going to be releasing the spores, and the pentapods are attracted to the spores, and then will start attacking your base. Or more precisely, your farming area, because agricultural tower also spawns spores. Yep. It's also very easy to run past by those small egg rifts. It's very easy. It's very easy to run past by those small egg rifts and left those enemy base unnoticeably, because it's very hard to tell that unless you have the red dots. As if you want to tell any small egg rift within this visual mess, it's gonna be difficult. And so rockets are done, basically. Now we have the responsibilities to get this done. I will be using the nutrient from spoilage option for now, because it's easier to do this with nutrients from spoilage, and this can be done in the assembly. I will be talking about why you should you should be considering doing the nutrients from spoilage using the assembler instead of just using the nutrients from spoilage instead of doing nutrients from spoilage using. And I would like to get some. If there's any spoilage coming out, I would like to get out of this room. If there's any spoilage, I will just put it back there. Yes, then we can then process our things, and then I would like to get our electromagnetic plants to be producing some more, to process some copper, cable. Then we can get our things to the biochain to turn them into biochambers. Alright, I'm gonna take my steel and T-clips. Well, actually, I think I just need this. Anyways, and then I can then get a heating tower. So I would like to get a heating tower as it's also very nice that you can burn down those. If you have too many of those Pentapod eggs, you can just burn them down using that option. Alright. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get fruit processed so I can get some. So the first thing I want to do is to get quite a bit of Yumako. I want the seeds. The seeds are very important to get. And those will easily take up your inventory space, so we'll be able to do this. Anyway, so we got some Yumako, and it's releasing an intensive amount, as we call it, this. It's releasing just so intensive amount of spore. And those spores can attract enemies, so. The next thing that I'm going to talk about is we are going to be filtering out any seeds. We're also going to be filtering out some spoilage. Well, actually, this just go by itself. And I'm going to get some bells to be able to feed the thing to the. Then we do the Yumako processing, and we're going to be doing nutrients from the Yumako mash. And then we can then potentially take some long arms and then running over this again. Maybe I'll just consider putting all my iron in place and get some render back here. And then later on, when I go be doing and get a Pentapod X, I can just burn them down using the heating tower. Anyway, so the next thing is I want to just tear up all these things with the recycler to turn it down to spoilers, so I don't have to deal with spoilers so hard. And then we also need nutrients. And I'm going to actually copy this whole thing for this. And then we're going to be taking the half of these and turn into the next thing. And then, well, mostly I wouldn't be using these nutrients, so I would like to turn them down to, well, actually, I've only been saying this, so just tone this down, because the frequency is 30 per second. Yeah, so I would like to get the spoilage away from, and the most important thing is that I wanted the seeds. So let's get the seeds going. Because the seeds are the most important out of this list. Is that what we want are the seeds. I want the seeds so I can actually get the plantation going. The most important thing, so I will consider the three things that are the most important things that you need to keep. Will be the Yumako seeds, the Jellynut seeds, and a minimal amount of spoilage, or some spoilage. You are going to have a lot of spoilage anyways. So you want spoilage to kickstart all the Biochamber processes. And I would like to take down this thing because they are going much, they're getting aggressive because, well, feels like it because, what it just did, because anyway, so the spore clouds already reached the base, and this is a big enemy base, so usually by the shoreline, there will be huge enemy bases. Usually in this area, there will be huge enemy bases that contains many aircrafts and a lot of enemies basically. So be aware of those areas because Pentapods resides in wet areas, but in highlands you are mostly safe unless you like possibly bait them here, and then things gone badly, and then it's over basically. And then I no longer have iron, so I would like to drop some iron to the base. As a slowly but surely going, and I will most likely want to get a third. Where the Biochamber going for the I will most likely want to have a set and start Biochamber, and then we can make future else as a spoilage, and we already want the iron, so we are going to be using all the iron because oh my god, without the iron then things spoil and things go badly. And I got a lot more Pentapod eggs, and these things are consuming quite a decent bit of the iron plate, so yeah. And we were slowly but surely getting the one of the most important resources that we need to keep is this Yumako seed. And then I also going to be taking some Jellynut seeds most likely. Maybe not now, because I only really need is at the moment is Yumako. So I will be leaving Jellynut seeds for now. And so where I want to set up the power station It's going to be where it's going to be next to water most likely, but I will also need to make sure the water is neat. So the area is also close to Yumako wetland or Yumako soil. That's also to be considered for the plantation, for the power growth, because I need plantation to get the power going. So where you're going to find the so let me turn over the spores. So this is a failed Yumako growth area. So you'll have to look at so specifically this area. It's a lot clearer to see in the map view instead of an actual view, like an actual graphical view. Yeah, it's very messy in this type of view. So I will be heavily using the map view rather than the thing. And then we are going to find a fairly Yumako growth section, and then these kind of places are where you can grow your Yumako soil, or like to do some Yumako plantation. And for Jellynut, it's going to be this kind of a place that you can grow Jellynuts. So you can grow Jellynut in this this magenta area instead of this desaturated red area, which you need overgrowth soil for. And the same for the Yumako, this darker green area will need you to get the overgrowth soil to get to, which is quite a late game thing. It's also difficult to get to because you will need bisects to get this made. So that can be difficult to deal with. And for travel, I will also like to drop more iron plates for this. So that's how easy to actually get the iron plates. As I could just simply drop them down here and then get what I need for the biochamber. So might as well just leave this for offering and then we'll just possibly be asking for some as this goes. Then I can then easily process for what they're potentially going to need at the moment. And also, there is a Yumako growth section, and there's a lot of Yumako tree. So for this part, I would like to get the power, the basic power setup, and I think I am good for the setup. But I would like to do some serious cleanup then, because I don't like this messy ground, because it's very hard to see clearly here, and I would like my base to be clean enough so I can actually do things properly, because as you can see, it's very hard to actually see things clearly. Do you know where is the plants? Do you know where is the fruits that you actually need to harvest? Where are the rocks and where is actually placeable ground? What is marshland? What is what is enemy presence even, like the small egg webs? Those are very hard to tell things on this kind of this difficult surface. So I would like to get some paving going for at least my base section that is going to get some paving, because I don't like this kind of messy grounds because it's very hard to see clearly here. As I mentioned in the very first part of this playthrough, it's very hard to see clearly. I don't like this messy grounds. It's just too much for that. And so I going to make sure there are no enemy presence then. But I can then extend the substation grid for now, and then extend it so we also get to the power production as the very first thing I really would like to get to is the ability to produce actual power other than this basic solar that is restricted because of Gleba being further away from Nauvis, which makes the solar power less efficient. But you can still use those solar power. Well, now we will be using those solar power to get our basic needs going, our basic things going, and then for what actually going to set up for the power is going to be the plantation. And for the plantation, it's also going to allow me to get the seeds going. And in the next stage of the power production is going to be involving using the rocket fuel from jelly recipe, and then we can then also get the Jellynut going. So I would like to get this area. I would like to get this area a go for the production I'm potentially going to need for this to actually set up for production. But the Yumako is quite restricted because the Yumako production is quite restricted because there isn't much placeable area for Yumako. Plantable areas for Yumako here, but I can still do some plantation here, so I may as well just consider using this basic Yumako area for the more advanced power production instead of just the very basic one I'm going to be using. So I will just leave this for now. I would like to turn the grid on, and then I'm actually going to be using the power. It's going to be on the left, most likely, and then my inventory is full. So let's get this stuff to set up. And then I have a lot of biochambers. I want to take some of them away from me. And there's a stone. I will turn it into a lens. And we're getting a lot of spoilage from this thing. We are just having a lot of spoilage going. The spoilage is we are unlikely going to need to worry about this thing because I just got a lot of spoilage. So much spoilage that I shouldn't need to worry about anything. But we are gaining more and more seeds that I'm going to be using for this. Slowly but surely process all the Yumako, and then we can set up for production for soil later. Yes, let's probably use that section for the power production. So the first thing is I want to connect the network there first, because it's a bit far away from home or center. I think this is where I'm going to settle for my power production. And I will be talking about the power production. I want the basic power production to be. So the first thing is the heating tower. Is that the heating towers produce heat with a 250% efficiency for the burnable fuel. So it will be burning something like you can also burn the fruits, the processed fruits. You can also burn the eggs. You can basically burn those things that comes from the weather. Well, most of them, anyways. There are some things that that cannot be burned using that can be disposed burned this way. That you will have to use recyclers to do this. We'll have to dispose those things using recycling. But anyways, there is not much place for land here, it seems. So I will have to utilize the thing. I will have to utilize the soil to do this. There isn't really much place. Well, it isn't the greatest, but we have this going. I can't even clearly tell the substation. What are the substation? What are actual plants? It's very chaotic. I don't like the visuals of this area of this planet. It's very messy. I don't like this messy place. Which is also the most difficult part for me before I actually have to deal with have to defend against enemies. That is, as I also feel like defending against the enemies here is quite difficult. As we have reached there, and then we are going to start set up Yumako's. Yumako's mountain for us. It ends up with having overkill amounts of spoilage. It's just insane. I also end up with a lot of I don't think I need this group. Alright, so before I actually go to do the things, I would like to get some productivity modules for this. Because there's one neat thing. The soil accepts productivity. And that's the reason I want to get the soil set. But you will need quite a bit of nutrients for that. That's to be noted. But it does accept productivity, so I definitely want to get the productivity so I can get more out of the seeds. So let's just consider and we got quite a bit of a landfill. which is very nice because we will need a lot of landfill. Anyways, let's talk about the first part of the puzzle and how we're going to deal with this for the first piece of the puzzle. So this is the biophysics I made. I have been using this. I was using this for my 326 hour run. What this do is that it processes Yumako. I would like to also upgrade this to 3. And I also going to be using and we also need a wooden chest, so I will need to get some wood on this. We'll be able to make a wooden chest here. And the other one. So let's see what do I need. So, alright, so I need an arithmetic combinator. There's also a programmable speaker. I will talk about why I have a programmable speaker. So, need some deciders, need some pipes to balance, some oils. Otherwise, we'll just take this and some key pipes, these things, for sure. I'm also going to need more heating towers for that. I'm also going to need a programmable speaker and an arithmetic combinator. And then I will need to make some heating towers. I will need concrete really. Oh dear. I'm really running out of concrete in this bed. I might as well just tool this. It's easier to do this. Anyways. I'm also gonna be dropping some ammunition. Oh, I dropped on the wrong place. So, let's go back, let's go to Gleba and then we actually drop ammunition. We drop it 400. Yeah, what's that? Iron receptions. They should be able to hold. Yes. So we still lack one heating tower, but I already run the concrete, so that's bad. Optional pump where can I actually place this? Alright, so that's the first part of the picture, and we're going to be inserting Yumako in here and then get the seeds out from there so I can complete the loop. And we're also going to need some things. For our production needs. And from this I can basically turn this part away from this place. And I need concrete. So first I need to burn some things. I need to burn stone for the... I need to smell some for some bricks. And let me get some iron ore. We need to get this going. Where is water? Water is And I also gonna need some iron plates. I think I put all the iron plates in. Really get the concrete built up rather rather quickly, so I can actually get some more decent towers. Alright, I should be able to make one more. I need more sonos. Alright. Alright. So let me put some more buildings back here. I now have the productivity module. I'll be using, let's say, 100 seeds for this, and some landfill, and the artificial local soil, and we're going to be putting the productivity modules for sure. And then neutrals from spoilage. And I also need to make sure that this is actually the spoilage, otherwise it's over. Alright, so they're slowly being made. The soil is slowly being made for the fact that I need a lot of nutrients for that to be made. And I also need turrets, but I do have turrets, so let's get those things set up. Alright. And then here's the last heating tub. So there's one thing I haven't mentioned is the agricultural tub. And we are going to be using this, agricultural tub. First, let me get some artificial Yumako sword, which is also going to be needed for that. And then I need steel for this. I also going to be need some circuits. I also going to need some spoilage. But it's relatively easy to get to this spoilage, as I already have a huge stockpile of spoilage at the moment, and at the moment that we do not have a storage, that we better get this storage into the thing. Yeah, we've got some more artificial soil for this. And later on we're also going to need to use this Yumako seeds. I will put those here for now. Alright, so this is a extremely messy ground. So what I would like to do is to actually set up the barrier, so I can actually fill this more easily using the when switching back to the graphic view, where I can actually place the agricultural towers. So it's gonna be a while, but this works, and I found that the most effective way to do this is basically this. And I can then easily find out where I can actually place where I want to place my agricultural towns. Very easily that I can easily tell where I can actually place my agricultural towns. So I need to place two of those. So one is going to be here, where I cannot do anything to place I'm going to get some more stone bricks for this. So let's see what time is it. While that is going, while quickly using our spoilage for feeding those into the. And I don't think I need to worry about the biochambers at the moment, so I feel like I should be able to just tear this up now. Because and this one just put here. Now it's got some more artificial soil for this. It's mostly for the visual convenience, so I don't have to deal with so much of the visual difficulty. I don't have to deal with as much of the visual difficulties. When dealing with the Alright, so how is it going to be the Yumako Plantation, and then Alright, so the next thing is we are going to set placeable park. So the one time was nature. get some more artificial soil. I would also like to get the radar going. So the next thing that I need to be aware of is that we are going to start to produce the pollution of this world, which is so I'm gonna get some spoilage, the spores, and the enemies are gonna be quite aggressive towards this thing. I better get this prepared, otherwise I probably gonna have some bad time. I will just take some spoilage from the plant, and then to also clean up the area. Alright, so some more spoilage, and then we're going to see if there are any enemies. Yes, it's basically a straight yes for that. Or yeah, we're definitely going to do something like this and try to take down the nest before like the Stomper spawn. Otherwise, it's going to take me a lot of workers to get through. There's so many enemies that I'll probably just go. As they will slowly die out, so I don't really have to worry about taking those down. Any nest, yes. With the any nest, we'll take those down because that's an annoying demon. Oh dear. Oh my god. Alright. That can end up badly because I could be cornered and then I can get stuck in the middle of the enemies and that would be bad. Alright, so I got some Pentapod eggs. So the Pentapod eggs, I will be throwing some Pentapod eggs here, and then we can then do some plantation with the Pentapod eggs. While the energy is still trying to grow up as well, they just started. So I'll be burning those down, and we don't have to 100% turn it into the thing, because we can then grow our pentabox, so we don't have to actually worry about. And there's a big base, and I definitely want to get that one down, because if I don't, things go badly. Well, this isn't the best move, because well, when they can just when you can just wait them for them to naturally die, so you actually save up the rockets, because we can't make rockets here locally before actually getting the rocketer. So, oh, should I say the rocketer research? So I definitely do not want to just use those precious rockets for now. Otherwise, I will have to launch small explosives. And the reason why I want to launch explosives, because you can just basically carry more explosive other than just using the rockets. Because it's also very hard to tell if what is the deep water you cannot go through, and because the clouds and there are many non-official nuisances that I have to deal with before, if I can have a clear screen to be able to go through the whole thing. For now, I will just try my best to not get any enemy base attackers. I will have to try to take those down as the thing is going, because that is going to be going for long, and if I don't get this going long enough, it's going to be terrible for the worst, for the very straight reason. What is going to happen is the dot signal is going to accumulate as I have set up a clock there, so if there is more than 5 minutes spent on this thing, it's going to give out a warning that the thing is going to break, and the enemies are going to burst out, and the containment will fail, and I will have to find more kind of eggs. And there are ways to get through this, to be able to get the egg needed to kickstart the containment. Like recycling the biochambers, or like the Stomper shells. You can also harvest those for a chance to get the Pentapod egg. You need to kickstart the process. Do I have to go this far to make sure that the enemies don't attack us? Well, yes. Because spore clouds spread really far. So in order to counter against this thing, I really need to... This factor, I really need to clear out the enemies from far away, to make sure no enemies ever get to attack us. And I swear it'll be the first batch of rockets being used to do this whole thing because, oh my god, I will be using a lot of rockets for sure. Oh, actual potential uses. Oh my god, that was a bad idea. They got to reach my health. That hits really bad. They got to reach my health. It was very, it was a very bad idea. Why would I do that? Anyways, all that base is dead. Anyways, for now I feel safe leaving this away. But yeah, the exit needs to be burned down, otherwise it's over. Imagine over like about 100 of those. Over 100 of those is going to be pretty dangerous. Oh, I will definitely try to burn those down in order to make sure things don't go. The things don't blow up in the things go for that. If I think I go straight to this whole thing. Yeah, so I got some more Yumako soil that I can potentially use. Let's mark the number down. So I usually mark the numbers of. Actually, I don't usually do text, but yeah, I will usually give out a tag for this. And so how many is this? Let me calculate 15, 12, 12. So it's 13, no, actually 36, because there's 3,000, 37.45 for this. And this is 35.45. Before planting the soils, I wouldn't only be able to get one out of those things. Now I can get to 71 tiles. So that should be plentiful for how many I needed for the demand. Then I can get this to take stuff, or to contain the eggs that I'm going to move it. Well, this is slowly but surely building the stone bricks. I want to turn them into concrete for sure. And then we're going to steel part. Yeah. Might as well just get steel part if I can get the research going. I will try to. Anyways, the first thing that is basically complete. Now there's simply still going to be more stone brick production going for this. Anyways, so I would like you to launch some iron ore, and I want to go to focus, and we'll be asking for some calcite, as I have plans for making the concrete. But to make concrete, I will need to, as we are slowly using and my inventory is absolutely full. That's bad, but I could always just use the. As for now, we are more up to the actual reasonable power soon, I feel like. It takes time to get to the temperature, but slowly but surely it is getting built up, and then we should be good the moment that it reaches 500 degrees, so. I haven't put by my iron. We're going to be smelting the copper for now. Now, as a copper is supposed to be smelted, but I will just use the basic smelting because I don't have calcite at the moment. But yeah, then we can slowly get the seeds and then be able to produce be able to settle for plantation. Slowly but surely, now we are going to be able to get the power going, and then we can initiate our next step. There is some here. I will just go for that. Also 23k out here. That shouldn't be the case too. I think it's just because it's stuck. It will slowly drain us. Anyways. So the power is about 280 at the moment. I hope it gets slowly gets. The power should get resolved the moment it reaches 500. And then now we are going to be setting up for rocket fuel production there. Well, rocket fuel is not an easy place to, not an easy to just set up. So how do you get the rocket fuel? So to get the rocket fuel, I first need to make Bioflux, which is a bit complex already, and then I also going to need jelly to be able to produce the rocket fuel. But once I get to rocket fuel, then I should have sufficient power for the needs of the future factory. Alright, so I am making concrete now. Well, also I to get some stone bricks saved up. Well, no, we are making concrete, and these are very fast. Oh, yeah. Is it going? It is going. So I want to get another radar actually, so, because I can see with all the, I can see part of the thing. Now it's working, so we are basically taking the Yumako and then we process the Yumako and then we self-sustain the nutrient because there's a recipe that we can make, which is the nutrients from Yumako mash. This allows me to get the nutrients needed for each biochamber, and then we can then also use these nutrients to power this up, which is needed for containing Pentapod X, so I don't run out of Pentapod X anytime. Under the condition that the agricultural towers needs to keep running, and if there are any attacks happening, that we have any issues with the agricultural towers, that the containment will fail basically. But basically, that is a very basic part of the production that I want to get, so I can get the basic power set up, and then we can potentially use this basic power to start up our next stage of power, which is going to be using the rocket fuel to produce the even stronger version of power, and also to contain the Pentapod X is going to need it for more biochambers, or like to start up cultivating the Pentapod X, which then is going to be needed to use for the science and even more Bioflux. Biochambers. Anyways, as we are slowly but surely getting our concrete, I also want to get some iron ore for this. I'm gonna get some iron ore before I lead off this part. I would like to pave the whole base with concrete. it's mostly preference because I don't like the messy floor, and I would like to I want to get it to be clean, so I don't have to worry about the floor being so messy that I don't want to walk on it. Then I can then start to settle for the next stage of our factory production. We're gonna start to go deep into each of the bioflux processes, so we can eventually get to the rocket and then start producing the science packs. We're also going to be able to get the bot mods, so we can actually get all essential stuff locally, so I don't have to sit in stuff if anything has been damaged, because it's quite likely, because there are enemy, they can constantly attack us. Anyways, I got some iron ore that I'm gonna be putting this iron ore to the surface, because we will be running out of iron ore for items. Yes. And then the concrete paving is very nicely fixed, so we can actually get this concrete paving into the wall. As I slowly but surely paving the entire base with entire whole section with concrete. Then I will have a better time dealing with the future processes. Well, visually, because I don't like this all this visual mess as it is going with this planet. So I will be finishing this part after I place all this concrete, so I can pave the floor nicely. I believe I can take down the solar panel as well, so I will also be doing this. My keeps on solar, we built on solar for any 6,000 power, otherwise I probably run out of power at one point, and then I don't get to use power, and then I wouldn't be able to get things going if the power shuts down. Well, it will shut down if any plantation stops, you know. It should be good turning off the whole thing, well, at least for now, because we're not using that much power. Currently, we should be perfectly fine, because we're not using that much power, and we have a steam tank that is storing out the 500 degree steam for the use of steam turbine. We are mass producing concrete at this current moment, as I really want to pave the floor with concrete, because it feels nicer to have this, and then I also get more concrete on stone bricks. Basically, I got more things to pave with stone bricks. And we're concrete and stone bricks, so I don't want to use concrete because it also allows you to move slightly faster than stone bricks, so as well just take it. I also got some backup stone and concrete. Anyways, so we have dropped to Gleba, and I started to do some research that we can slowly rack up our mining productivity. It's mostly impacting the stone mining because it doesn't affect agriculture, but yeah, agriculture is basically infinite. We don't need to worry about this part. The only thing that I need to worry about is if the spore cloud gets too far, actually gets to the enemies, and we need to be careful about that. As the enemies are quite aggressive here, and we could potentially get our plantation taken down by the enemies if we are not careful enough. So the plantation is growing, and we are containing our Pentapod eggs for any kickstarting users, so we can, in the future, kickstart our Pentapod growth for the use of the science and the biochamber in the future. And I plan to further pave down the concrete flooring as well, doing some cleanup on these messy spore things, so I get to be able to do a nicer base to work with, or like a workspace to work with. Other than this, quite a bit, still a bit artificial messes, but it's a bit easy. It's a bit nicer compared to not paving the concrete. And in the next part, I plan to settle for rocket fuel powering, so I get even more power to use, and then I'm going to be using this power to settle for orbital for sure. And then we're going to go for all these biological processors, and then set our ways to be able to produce copper, iron, and some of the biological products that we're going to be using. As those are mostly the petroleum products that we've been making using oil mostly, but in Fulgora we are getting the plastic. Making the getting the plastic things directly from scrap. But anyways, then we will be able to well, produce our rocket components and get us the exit way away from Gleba, and then we will then be able to launch things away from Gleba, and then you can launch the science and some other important things from Gleba, and then we should be good for this planet for a while, because I still need to be aware that spore clouds will keep growing, and then I need to be careful about the enemies. Otherwise, I may get the base taken down by the enemies, and it's over. Then I have to basically rebuild the whole thing. And I wouldn't do defenses because defenses wouldn't really hold until I actually get a rocket turret, so I'll leave the defenses for now. So I will also plan to use train system to carry the Yumako and the Jellynut to the base and get the things processed. As unprocessed fruits spoil slower, so I definitely have to get the seeds. Get the seeds. I will have to get the seeds here and then send the seeds out with the trains as well. So that's also a part of the puzzle to deal with. That's pretty much what I think I will be doing for the next part. So in the next part, it's going to be basically about using all these biochambers. I have over 100 of these biochambers, and then head our way to be able to produce rocket components, the bottom and the sides. So if you want to follow the series, consider subscribing and turn on the notifications, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching.